Right. So nothing changed, except that now it's re-entered, and that mcompiler exists outside as part of the object, so it's cheap to re-enter it. And mshader index is also a member of the object now, so we could theoretically just return a false here and then try again by entering the function again. The bloody thing is a virtual function. Yeah. 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 That was done very wrong. Am I still muted? No, I'm not muted. Yeah. I just like full screen windows. I think I would. I don't know. Having smaller, multiple windows and then smaller ones, of course. I don't think that would help much. So I just rather switch between windows or program views, as it were. Okay, now you set the shader index. Get it from the array by the another index. I don't know. That should be better. Very good accelerator. Yay, Vim. Start build shaders are not declared. Did you mean build shaders? No, did not. Start the build. Why is that not defined? So I have a build shaders here. Add stage. Yeah, that's not. Oh, it's a virtual function. Yeah. I could abuse this virtual function by passing a null pointer. Or I could add a new virtual function. Probably should do that. Okay, accelerator. So tell me, how do you jump to the beginning of the file? I'm not being able to print something here. Home? No, in Vim. Don't tell me you can use the home button in Vim. And escape is just if you are in the insert mode. If you're in normal mode, then yeah, again nonsense. I'm doing lots of nonsense today. Okay, so we are in the middle of the line here. To the start of the line is 0. To the end of the line is a $. To the end of the file is Shift G. And to the beginning of the file is 1G. That's just jump to line number 1. You can of course also type 13G and then you jump to line number 13. And if you are on a brace, like here, I'm here and I want to jump to that brace. So I put my cursor on a brace. How do I jump to the other brace? So jumping to another brace is with a percentage. So type percentage, tick, jump to the, now we are at the top. Percentage, now we are at the bottom. In fact, the percentage also jumps from normal parentheses, just percentage jumps to matching parentheses. So now I'm here and then percentage and now I'm here. And do you know how to select something? Like I want to select this. Yeah, but you said you're using it for a few weeks and you don't even know how to jump to the beginning of the file. Gotta study a little harder. You have to learn as many shortcut commands as possible, otherwise you won't get all the benefits of it. So this is even just moving the cursor. This is L, J, well, K is up, J is down, L is that way, and H is that way. There's no shifts. So you have to keep your fingers as in touch typing. The index finger on the F and the J. And then you can easily move the cursor around. Gotta do it right, otherwise you get used to using it wrong. And then makes it double as hard, I think, to get it right then afterwards. Yeah, probably. Even recently I was always doing this, and so someone said, oh, please use the W. So W jumps to the start of the next word, and E jumps to the end of the next word. That's interesting. I'm here and I press Shift E. So on the end, Shift E, and doing it jumps to the dot Y. If I just press E, it just prints to the Y, and then oh, that's the reason. So Shift E does not jump to non-character things. It just jumps to, I guess, just before the next space. So here it's Shift E is all the way to the end of the line. And here Shift E would be all the way there. So Shift E is to jump basically to the next space. Well, right before the next space. And Shift W, just Shift W jumps to right after the next space. That's a nice one. Now, of course, you know undo and redo, right? Very, very important. So ZZ centers the cursor. So the cursor was on this thing, and I press ZZ, and it moves that that line to the middle of the window, so you can see what is above and below. And then X deletes one character, and then R replace, Shift R is replace multiple characters. F is find. Yeah, okay, and I forgot what I was doing. So the U is undo. So even if I forget where I was, say I'm on top of the file and I don't know anymore where I was, I can type U, that undo, and then Control R is redo, and then ZZ to center it. And that was the place where last I made a change. And indeed, I can just recompile it because I fixed that size. Right, so that compiled and it coordinates. It's used to an assert. Coordinates new. I guess I made a mistake. Okay, I'm trying to compile while the pointer is still 0. No, it's just this for I'm Q, I guess. I don't know where else I'm calling the compiler. Compiler. This is a compiler constructor. Struct. No, it's this structure. That's being passed. Nah. Need to go one up in the stack trace. So I'm passing M compiler without initializing it. M compiler. Shader compile. Okay, I should not call compile without first calling initialize, and I can check that by testing if this is null, because that is being tested like that. And I have no idea. Obviously, I never looked at it. Yeah. Good. So the next thing is to actually use the new mutex. Well, and or cache the results. Maybe we should first cache the results. Shader module. That's where I want to put it in. I guess I should put it there. Let's put it there first. Oh, I'm having an array unique shader module here. State shader module. Yeah, so I probably should move them from this array to the new unique shader module thing as soon as we are done creating the pipeline, which means that something with destruct yeah, strange. Destroy was it? Destroy shader or something. Yeah. So instead of destroying them, we want to cache it. But then this would be the correct place to do that. What we're doing here is run over all the characteristics and then call destroy shader module handles. I could do that earlier actually. They're just not destructed at all. They could be destructed here, but copying is we can copy it earlier, so I'm not going to destruct it. This can be deleted. Instead, I have to look for the actual creation. Yeah, what was that? Create, just simply create shader module. Create module. Yep. And on this point I also have the shader index, so there's no reason not to put it like directly. What I'm having here, per state shader module. I don't think this is ever used actually. It's just to keep it alive, isn't it? Field by build shader used to keep the shader module alive until at least after. Oh, I just read that. And then we have here that I'm not using that anymore. So we get a reference to the thing and then we fill it. It's just a comment. This is debug output. So yeah, it's basically not being used at all. So instead of getting this reference, instead of having that whatever it is, vector array, instead of having the array, I might as well now store it in application. Our new cache. Control and then yeah, but in order to do that, I should probably pass something to this function. The CharacteristicInfo cache object. Could pass the CharacteristicInfo cache object here, which then also must be locked in because we are going to access it and stuff. Now before I add that, let's check from where that is all called. So these are just signatures that call build shader. Another one. And there is only really one actually defined in a .cxx. It's also being called by imgu, okay. And well, the triangle application. I guess I'll fix those afterwards and by compile errors or some stuff. Yeah, theoretically, we just have a single point where it's really being called from. That line, I guess. Yeah, build shaders. Yeah, and the task must already have the mutex at the moment that we call build shadows. I think it's time to do the locking from the point where build shadows is being called. No, wait, I could only do that here. So we're going to try to get a lock in build shadows. And upon success, we return true. Success meaning that we did get a lock. No, that we're completely done with building all the shadows. So as soon as it returns true, we want to continue. I guess I'm going to need a new case called compiled. Everything is compiled. So if this returns true, then we just fall through. What did I do wrong? Fall through. Just the first time I used it in this function, in this file, I guess. So assuming it returns true, then this is correct, but I still have a new state now that I have to add. Oh, we already have compiled. Really? No, I don't. Well, I had and I deleted it. And now I re-add it again. Well, I suppose I also do not have preprocessed. Nope. What is that even doing there? Okay. And I need another state. Because I do not want to repeat the build shaders, start build shaders. Terminate. Do I have to check that? I don't think I have to check terminate. This is more for when we woke up by the to terminate signal. That's not the case now. So I will have to add a new case here. Let's call that characteristic range. build shaders. And then of course we have a fall through. And we have a set state. Build shaders. And then I can do if not that, then we should be sleeping. Clearly we should have called wait. So we just have to do a break then. At least that is the idea. And so the idea is now that before we just did start build shaders, and then we call build shaders, and then we continue here. And now we do the exact same thing, except that we do some state juggling. And if it returns false, then we break out of the loop here, or break out of the function. Basically, it returns false when it fails to get the mutex, as in a try log kind of way, and then not really try log, because the stateful task will get the mutex for us, and then as soon as we get it, we re-enter at this point. We try to get the mutex. If that fails, then we are basically blocked, but we return, so the thread doesn't block. And then as soon as we manage to get that mutex, this function is being called again while the state is still built shaders. So we enter at this point and we call this again. So if it returns false, we must call it again, and at that point we do have the mutex. Oh, we do have the mutex already. That's not exactly what I... yeah, okay, I'll have to take that into account inside build shaders as well. If we re-enter, then we do have the mutex already, so then I should not try to get it. Yeah, so this code isn't doing anything, but it is allowing me now to re-enter build shaders again. Yeah, so this multiplexer is being called from the stateful task engine with a certain run state, and we switch on that. So the run state can determine where we enter this. Well, basically where we enter this function. Now, normally we more or less do one state after another, so it is more or less the code is executed top down. But we can do things like we set the state to build shaders, and then we just break. That means that we'll re-enter again. So we'll just keep calling build shaders here until it returns true, and then it goes to compiled, and then it continues running this. Yeah, this is bit weird looking while loop. So looks like, yeah, it kind of is like just while not in a loop, but then by entering and leaving the function. But then we still have to implement the build shadows itself. It must return false or true, and it must be able to deal with the re-entry. Now currently I'm always returning true, so I might as well try to compile it, and then it should still do the same thing. That is assert. I forgot to add that state. So a new state, build shaders between compile and compiled. Still the same place where we fail. Now. And I guess now I should get that log. So what I want to do is, if try to get a log. So if that fails, then we must return false. Pseudocode. And then what will happen is that we will re-enter when we did get a log. So the next time we re-enter, I should not try this again, because you already have the log. We should continue right after this return upon re-entry. Oh, we are entering from the top, and I think I can just do this again, and this test will still succeed. I just should skip this. So we kind of have to remember that I left this function by returning false, and then not try to get a log again. I could add an additional boolean, but I don't want. Maybe I can abuse the variable that I have here already. Let's make it negative or something like that. Not really blocking, but anyway, just returning. But virtually we're blocking, and then when it is called again, this function, then we do have to block. What a funny thing is now that we can even see that we re-enter with a negative value. This is always going to be unequal, which makes it even better. That is, I think that this is an int, right? It is an int. Yeah, we can use unequal here. I'm not sure though. If you actually compare with a negative value, it might become equal, even though it isn't. But that's the compiler not warning about it. Size is not going to be big, so yeah. Good enough for me. Now we need something like, if we are, if we made it negative, okay, it's now less than 0. Oh, index can be 0 as well. To make it negative for sure. So if it is negative, then we just have to look. We don't have to try to get it, we just have it. But we should change the index back to positive, I think. So instead of doing this, I'm going to do... Sorry, this must be larger than or equal 0. Wait. No. My bad. Yeah, that's the sensible thing. So it's not, if it is negative, then we just continue immediately, and otherwise we try to get a lock, and then we also continue if that succeeds. And we'll only get here when we try to get it and we failed. And then we make it negative, so the next time it's negative. And I'm going to change that into, if it is negative, then we invert it to positive. How do we do that? We have to add 1, I think, and well, it's again this, of course. And then something else, again -1. I'm using Vim because I'm using Vim. Just need compiling. Let me see. Example 3. If it was 3, it now becomes -4, and then this becomes 4 minus 1 is 3. Yay, it worked. Right, so apart from that I still have to implement this. We're now calling build sharer only while we have the lock. And because we have the lock, it's safe to pass a reference to the CharacteristicInfo cache object. But I still need to have that, of course. We are going to get that from here. Seems to be a nice trick. So yeah, I'm going to need a shader builder, shader info cache, pointer then, I guess. Nope, that's not working. So if upon re-entry, and we just skip this test here, we already need to have it. I need to get it from. I need to get it from the application, I guess. Just unlocked and everything. I might as well do it here then. Because we're only allowed to use it. And this is also not working because mshaders that need compiling index can be negative, so I cannot do this, of course. Got to do that below here as well. Or we need to do it before we do this try. I'm gonna need the index. So now it's positive and then I can do it. So you can also do it here. I made a mess of it. And my back is hurting. I made a mess of it. And I made it myself difficult by making it negative while I need it. Okay, maybe, well, I don't know, let's just continue writing it. So we're gonna need application, instance, and then call some function on it. Which gives us the shader info cache object. Or I could just get this object. Should be safe to return a reference to that? No, yes. I think yes. So we really have that. Access of this thing. Nope, I don't. What? Of course I have that. There, get shader info by index. Returns a const reference, however. I think I can change that to a non-const reference if you want. And actually I'll need to return the cache value then now. Shader info uses a primitive thing, but it doesn't even matter. Let's make it right lock. Get shader info. Yeah. So, well, got the passes then. I've been back for 1.5 hours, A4. I was not gone long. Poo-poo. Well, let's not do anything with it yet. See if we can get things to compile so far. Yeah. Everything is broken. Yeah, well, still have to implement this. Okay, do I need a pass a cache here is the question. Nope, no headaches. Compile shaders. Yeah, well, I'm assuming you will only get here once because IMG is IMG. But the shitty thing is, I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. And then I have to go back and check it. That's horrible. Because it makes me forget, lose track of the other things I'm doing. It's just a characteristic. I cannot really treat it exactly the same way as the rest. It would be nicer. Why? Think that there is yeah, damn it. I just don't know. I'll have to look at it. Compile shaders. I think it comes down to, is it possible to ever get two IMG objects? That means yes, but in a different window. Each window has its own IMG object. And each window shares the same application. So yes, two windows will try to compile the same shaders. Extremely annoying. Extremely annoying. And a compilation is being done here by a call to create graphics pipeline. You. So defined here, where is it called? Where is it called? Oh, here. Yeah, just IMQ init, of course. It's a short name, so you'll never find it back. Oh, that's not too bad. Create IMQ. Well, that means that entering this function might fail on trying to get a task, mutex. So we have two windows. Both windows do this at the same time, and they call this at the same time. Then they might... if I pass that cache thing, then, well, even if I don't, that wouldn't work either. They're going to try to compile the same thing. And this time it's not stuff that happens at the top of the function. Not at all. So we'd have to split up create IMQ into multiple, well, two functions at least. Beginning function, and then the function where it tries to compile the shares, which then can fail, which then we have to do re-entry from this task, because, well, this is the task that's calling it. And that I consider a major headache. And not having a headache, but I consider it a headache. Create IMQ does the following thing. It does stuff, which by the looks of it can be redone. Debug output, debug stuff, search, nothing special. Attachment descriptions, what is that? Just accessor. Right, and now we call init. Okay, so this would be a re-entrant. I can just do it again if this init fails. Wait, we need to go to IMQ init. Too many. What was the source here? Yeah. And now we have an init here. In other words, you have to switch to that file, and now we have the init. Yeah. So we enter this init. Also pretty re-entrant. And then it stops being re-entrant. Create context. You cannot do that twice. Maybe I should try to make it work without caching. That is, just compile the same shader twice, have two handles, and each window uses its own handle. It's only IMQ. It's just a debugging interface. Either that or yeah, I have to split this up, and that I should do all of this just once. Was it a register shader template that compiles it? No, I'm not sure. No, it doesn't. This just registers it. Yeah, I think that should just work. Yeah, it's just only this last function then. So could put this last function in a separate function, or rather not call it here, but call it below init or something. Graphics pipeline then. There's the compile shaders. My God, I've got wondering if I have a way to blocking. The horror of it. But actually blocking on a mutex, on a task mutex. Is that possible? Yeah, we have it. Lock blocking. Or not. Fix me. The idea is there, but it's not implemented. But yeah, I could use this until I run into this assert, which will probably never happen anyway. Let at the very least pretend that this function already works. Then instead of a lock, we can call lock blocking. Yeah, so let's do that, and then I have you have to do something here where this is compile shaders in IMQ. I need to pass something here. I need to do something that looks like build shaders. Which just tries to get a lock. And then once you have the lock, you get the cache like this. Then it's allowed to get the cache. Yes, so we begin with get the lock. I need to get code for that. Okay, so my idea was that I first need to get the shader index. We have that here. I have a vertex shader index. So I have a vertex shader index, and from that I need to get the shader info cache, because that contains the lock. I mean, that contains the thing that I need to lock. Yeah, so this returns the shader info cache reference now when past the shader index. So we have our shader info cache now. And then I need to obtain the lock on it, which is just public. That's easy. Maybe we should make a member function though. No. Lock blocking. Because we're lazy. And the lock blocking does take a task pointer. No. This was a different one. Lock blocking here does take a task pointer. Yeah, what task can I pass then? Is anything being done by that task? Can I not pass null pointer here? Yeah, well, it's being dereferenced for the debug output. But yeah. Otherwise, it is not being used, it seems. Or it's being passed to node, whatever node it is. What is this? Stateful task mutex node. That is an AI stateful task mutex node, which happens to do absolutely nothing with the M task. So I could put a null pointer here. I think. Something must be done with that task. Or is that being used? Yeah, signal. It should be the absolutely only place where it is being used. And that happens upon a call to unlock. Okay, if I pass a random task, so I can at least access it, then I'm going to call signal 0. And what that does that do? It's not allowed to call this function with an empty mask. Whoops, okay. Well, then that the whole whatever is wrong to begin with. Is that really not allowed? Why not? Competition. Skip wait or 0. Seems that that would perfectly do nothing. So I don't understand the assert. Bum, 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 bum. I think I would return false because previous idle equals idle, and then we don't change anything because this is not changed because we ended with a mask with all bits set, so it's not changed. Which means that this is always true because idle and idle are the same. Previous idle and idle are the same. If you then not this one, then either this is true or the other one is true. Therefore we will return false. So if I remove this assert, it wouldn't do anything. I guess good to add a test here. Just test if the condition is not null, and if it is null, then do not do this. Therefore, do never dereference mtask, which means that mtask can be a null pointer. As well. But yeah, if next is true, we have the mutex, and if then we don't send a signal, then nobody wakes up. That's kind of weird, of course. That's really weird. That would indeed only be useful for the lock, for the blocking lock. But then the only way that we know that we are, I don't know, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. Lock blocking is not working. Let's pass owning window just as a random task. Well, let's assume this works. So we have the lock after this call. And then now we are allowed to access the CharacteristicInfo cache. And accessing we do by just passing it to build share. And then I guess I can unlock it again. Or should unlock it again. After we return. And then I can do the same thing for the other one. And then we have so much code that you would almost wonder why I'm not putting this in a loop. How the hell is that a Colts reference? Already in a class definition. Okay, so I'm going to make this thing, call it shader index, initialize it with one of them. And then we make a loop. Or two shaders. Two shaders. And then to do this one using shader index, because that's what we initialize this vertex shader index. Same thing here. And then you have to do that inside a loop. Well, actually you only have to do it once. No, it doesn't hurt to do it again. So just reset. And then yeah, I'll also have to change the shader index now to fragment shader. Now we run through that loop twice, so then we're done. So I do this only twice. Oh. Window is const. Oh, what the... What is this const doing here? Characteristics has its own build shader. Right. Nobody gets it. Nobody gets it. Still working A4. There are no matching functions for call to window characteristic, build shader, la 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 la. Oh. Yeah, okay, that's the other one. So IMQ is one, and then here we have the Linux viewer application, which is the same problem. And I guess I'll just have to copy the code from IMQ that I just wrote. Why do I end up here? There we are. Okay, so this must look a lot like this. Yeah, okay. So Compiler. We have that. Should it not have a spare v cache? No, because nobody knows why. I don't think we should have that. Oops. Let's make a cache well. And then we want to preprocess on both. Well, preprocess followed by, well, I have to do that one. Already did preprocess. Oh, no. We don't need preprocessing. Compiler must be initialized and then we initialize a shader index. Now I'd say just copy everything because otherwise I'm going crazy. Why? And yeah. Paste 15 lines. And now actually fix it. So instead of building this, I'm gonna do shader vert. And then we run again over them, but assuming I did register them, did I? I don't think I did. Shouldn't I have? Register shaders. I did. That's a good thing. Build shader, la 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 la. Okay, everything is just the same, huh? Everything is the same, well, except this one. That will be that one. Oh, we don't have an ambifix. Yeah. They are different. They're not different, actually. They're not even different. So I can just pass that. Good. Yeah, almost the same then. We still need an owning window here. I just deleted what we were using. Git diff. This, yeah, okay. Of course. Here. Shader input data. What the hell is that? It's a characteristic. A fake characteristic, no less. No matching function for call to window characteristic build shader. Window pointer, shader info reference, shader info cache reference, compiler reference, pf cache reference. Still no pointer or something. The candidate is defined in that very same file. Yeah, that's why it's not working. Oh. Oh. Still don't understand why this is a const reference. Why would this not work? Why would that not work? Well, I'm passing a spare V cache now, which this thing is not expecting. And something else, probably a null pointer. Oh, that's a set index in map. So I'm having, I guess, build shaders that do not take. Oh, I should pass them always. This is so weird. Nope. Oh, the null pointer is inserted here. Yeah. Okay. I think I can do this just without a spare vcaching. Probably. Let's delete that and then not pass these. I knew it. That works before the rest, ish. No. What else was new? What are we working on? Postpone. If blah blah blah, mention need compile index. Look, yeah. It's a bit duplicated here, but I'll fix that once I get it working, because I don't know. I need a lock here. Yeah, nah. Yeah, is that better? So if we re-enter, then we have the log, and this is negative. So if it otherwise, or the other way around, if it's negative, we have the log, and we have to change it back to being not negative. Then I can use that index to get the shader index, and then also get the CharacteristicInfo cache object. At least a reference to the correct one. And then I still have to lock it if it didn't already have the lock. And then afterwards we assume that these things are set correctly. That is, shader index would already be set correctly. Well, both actually are already set correctly. Yep. And then here I need to test if I can get a lock. I believe that is something like this, dot something, the mutex here. Dot log. Yeah, now I need a task pointer and a signal. And the task pointer is oh, I think the pipeline factory, isn't it? Who is calling build shaders again? That is a characteristic range, damn it. Right then, okay, so I'm gonna pass this first. We also need a condition. What is the condition that we will use? Characteristic range. Here we already have conditions. Just a random word, you know, compile was already used. Right. Yeah, and then to be better is build shadows, I think, because that's what this thing is being called. Let's call it do build shadows. Because. And then I have to change it everywhere. Okay, and then you have to fix build shaders to take those extra arguments. Well, this is always a characteristic range, I think. Might as well enforce that without any good reason whatsoever. And the other one is condition type, wherever that is defined. Build shaders. Oh, another window. This window. In other words, we added a something. It's a pointer, I guess. Was this pointer, right? We'll call it CharacteristicRange. Very creative, I know. And I need a condition type. Retry. Whatever. No, let's call it locked. It's going to be signaled when we have the lock. And then should not even have to pass it, because I have the if it is a characteristic range, I can just fetch it from the characteristic range class. But oh well, oh well. So log requires a task and a condition. It means that either it returns true, now we have the log, or it returns false, so we don't have the log, and then it will signal this task with that signal as soon as it did obtain the log for that task. And then the task starts running again. Yes, and it will re-enter this function then. Now this very log function needs a non-const task, I think, yeah. Really, we could just you know, do an AI stateful task. But that's a base class of it, so well. That's what the log requires, just some task. In other words, an AI stateful task, the base class. And the condition type is clearly, known, inside that class anyway. So that should work. No, it should not work because we are inside a shader stage, which is no clue. Yeah, I don't know. Let's, because it doesn't fit anymore, put it here, and then let's call this like that. Is that possible? Oops, make. record. It's that bloody virtual function again. No idea how to break this up nicely. It's never nice if you have to break it up. Yeah, I have to do this as well then in the base class. I think that was just the only other signature of this virtual function, right? It says bridge, or was it? Nope, the other one. Virtual. And then we're getting closer, as it were. Okay, that sucks. Task characteristic range is unknown. Task characteristic range is now known. But we need to get AI stateful task. Yep. The full header, just because I want to use condition type instead of an int 32 type, which I could also use, of course. No. Well, it feels like a huge waste, and it put it a bit too low, I think. My hands are cold. I think that calls for a warm chocolate milk. And it compiles, which also allows me to... Oh, no, now I'm talking about... I'm just suddenly curious how it closed. Yes, sorry guys. Okay, so the fastest way to... Oh no, that's not what I wanted to look at. Where's my stock price? Yeah, I was always using it. Or is it not? Because it's doing all kinds of nonsense here. Damn it! What was I using before? This one, I think. One day, yeah. See, that was what? What is it closing? Close. No, huh? Is this a today? I don't see a fucking close. Gotta be kidding me. Previous close. Six two. What is the close of 7-2? Are these guys crazy? Looks like it closed at 6:21. And I just don't list it. Oh, here, this is all. 6:21, yeah, okay, well. The point is, I didn't do anything today. You see how much it went up and down. So I have it on an average of 6:15. So this is my break even. I could have sold it on 6:23 and then buy it again on 6:16. Instead, I was lazy and I didn't do anything. I didn't even look at it. Yeah, I mean, you can never say that I would have succeeded doing that. But I think the point was I was too lazy to get out of bed, so it was already like here when I woke up. And then when it is doing this, you think, well, maybe, you know, so I don't dare to sell here. And then I was lazy and I just went to do something else. And by the time I looked again, it was, you know, it's just I missed everything. Basically, yeah. No gain. I break even for the last time I bought it, by the way, not overall. That would be sad if that was overall. It compiled. What was I looking at? It does compile. It still doesn't run, but still the same method. And that is because I still did not fix it completely. Not completely. Build shaders. Here's the defined build shaders. So what are we doing now? Oh my god, I removed the FAQ for my... did I? Yeah, I removed it from the description. Should never have done that. But fortunately we have Post Bunny who will enter it for me. Nah. No. You can't hear from my voice how old I am. No, sorry, it's just, you know, FAQ. People ask it too often, and then I'm old, so I don't like saying it. I'm not 7, I'm 13. Just have an early, how do you call that when your voice gets lower? No, well, yeah, too, but I mean, when your voice breaks. But there's a Dutch expression for it, which I don't know if it can. Oh, GTP knows both languages, so. Hoe zeg je de baard in de keel in English? Nah. But it's still interesting if ChatGPT can answer that. That would be still kind of impressive, I think. No. I'm not convinced that this is correct. This is a literal translation of the Dutch thing. If he would have repeated me like in Dutch, then I would have maybe thought that it was correct. But now I'm doubting it. Doubting it. Okay, build shaders. Entering. Have lock. No. Do something. If not, have lock. Lock. Succeeds. So we get here. Build shader. Ah, build shader wasn't changed. We're not caching it. So now we are passing a locked shader info cache to build shader. Which means that I can cache it. Not just cache it, but just completely get rid of this whole array here, or vector. Yeah, well, no. I don't care. Fill by alive, which will do stored with you in the same handle. I don't know. Let's go. Go. Get rid of it. Does no longer exist. And therefore this does no longer exist. Just no longer exists. No longer exists. Yeah, because no longer exists. Now that assert is gone. It's not going to fire anymore. That assert is not going to fire anymore. Okay, now we're going to put. Yeah, that would be scary, I guess. If someone would be that good at 7. Bleep. So that should cache it, I think. Cache it and keep it alive. I want my assert back, however. So I think I should add here assert. Not shader mode. Don't call build shader for a shader index that was already compiled before. Now you could say build shader should do the caching as well, especially when I pass the cache. And maybe I will, but then I should rename it to realize shader, I think. Because I'm using realize everywhere where either I'm doing it or getting it from the cache. So now, if I compile this and run it, it should still crash in that new assert. Yep. So now it's telling us, don't call that. No. We are being called from build shaders. So maybe, I don't know where that's what there's a problem here, yeah. No, wait a minute. Build shader is doing something. It's doing something useful. It's doing this. shader state create infos push back. So let's allow us to call it. I think that pre-processing is no longer necessary. Compiling is not necessary, and pre-processing is also not necessary. Does that sound reasonable? So now we say, if it is not in the cache, then generate the source code by calling preprocess2, compile it, and create a new shader module. And then we do what you are required to do, I guess, in this function. And if shader module already exists, then we did all of this before with something that is, yeah, should produce the same output. So in that case, we can just copy the handle from the cache. I need a shader info stage, which I get from I'm having. I don't need to get the shader info. Why would I need to get the shader info? I already have that. Or not. Wait a minute. Shader info. Yeah. That's what I mean. And then suddenly we don't need shader index anymore, if this works. Yeah, it's a bit dubious here, though. Dubious, dubious, dubious. That's the vaguest comment of today. Where is my chocolate milk? Damn it. There it is. The powder at least. You want to open? Open. Should automate this as well. I have motors. I could connect the motor to, or rather the other way around. Connect a spoon to a motor, or something like that. Nope. You see, it's a good thing that I don't have a webcam. Okay, it compiled, yeah. TT. What? Yeah, I had expected that it would work. If this fails, then the run state didn't change and neither weight nor yield was called. Okay, we'll have to run it then in the debugger. to see what the hell that is, because it should of course instantly know, because it has to do with the code that I changed today. Now I will remember as soon as I see it, but not before, unfortunately. Insert multiplex operator, invoke, difficult stuff. What? Main? Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted to see. Oh yeah. Actually, it's a good time for me to stop as well, because I go to bed late. It's every time, but it doesn't work yet. Because it's absolutely not clear. How we got here. Maybe I should just have looked at the state it was running. Oh, that's why I have debug output. Let's see, this crashes in thread pool 5. And I'm looking at 6. Thread pool 5, there it is. Mutex already locked. We're calling lock build shader. Okay, that's what we're executing. So while executing this state, we call build shaders, which calls build shader. It calls lock, which fails because it is already locked. Aha! And then we return without calling yield. That's the problem. That is the problem. To blip. Quit. Yes. Oops. Well, the reason I'm not calling yield is because I thought it would call wait. I'm doing something wrong. In other words, I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing something wrong. I'm using AI. A stateful task. Mutex. And I didn't read the documentation. Here's the documentation. It said state locked. Right. Oh, this is my loop. Oh, I just have to not yield. Wait, I have to wait myself. The lock fails, you have to call wait. And then we have to call unlock. I also didn't do that. Or did I? Actually, I think I did. No. What? I'm using this all wrong. Oh wait, that was optional. I have to call adopt log. Yeah. Okay. Try to remember this. Fail means wait, and then we have to do adopt log. And the whole calling unlock, I mean I'm calling unlock, I'm pretty sure I'm calling unlock somewhere. Scary wrong probably. So this should do wait do build shaders. While false, do that. And then here we can do adopt the lock. Which lock? Wait, this doesn't feel right at all. Yeah, it is wrong. Because I'm doing something more difficult. I'm doing something more difficult than the documentation describes. This is not the place where I'm locking. I'm locking inside the loop inside build shaders. Now I might do the wait here though. I mean, why not? Could do it inside build shaders, but might as well do it here. So gotta go inside build shaders again, and then we have this loop here, and then we try to get a lock here, and if that fails, then we have to wait, and we wait because we return false, and then we do the wait. And if it succeeds, or if we return again, and this time for the second time, I'm not doing it right then. I was assuming that the second time we just have the lock. But that example code calls lock again. Huh? So I should try to lock it again, regardless? I don't think so. Yeah, no. It is correct, I think, because we just set the state to task locked, so we never get here a second time. So either we get a lock immediately and then fall through, or we don't get it immediately, but the state is still set to locked. So we wait, and when we receive the signal, then we enter here. We do not call lock again. So getting the signal means that we are locked, period. Okay, so or here. So if this returns, which then means that we did not get the lock immediately, then if we get the signal, then we are locked, but we enter the same state again anyway, because I want to re-enter build shaders. Because in fact that is a loop, and it might return false again, but then that would be for the next mutex. The current mutex we already have that. So it's definitely an abusive way of using a tasking mutex, but okay. Let's add a comment because it is a bit weird. What word to use? Mm. Yeah, I'm just, I don't know, I don't like that. So this means, if we get here, means that another task did have the lock. Which means that another task is doing this, calling build shader, and will assign shader module. And once we get back here, then have lock will be true. So we just call build shader directly with the CharacteristicInfo cache variable. And then we get here and the shader module will be set. So we don't do this. So we simply add something to create shader states create infos, but with whatever the handle that other task created. Now it should work. I don't want to see any more crashes. There it is. No crash, but also the task is not finishing. Damn it. I could really use some nice debug output here instead of this. Why is it not just telling me which task is hanging? I've debugged this several times now. Every time it takes half an hour or something like that. I remember that a few days ago I added a comment somewhere that told me that it was likely that this or this was wrong, in order to skip a large part of this investigation that I did every time, I guess. But well, I should run into that comment, I guess, if I just start investigating it. I guess I'm calling wait for 100 somewhere here. What? Quit? Yeah, yeah. I think that's a comment. Wait for certain tasks to be finished while giving CPU to possible still running synchronous tasks. Complete this wait for copy data to GPU and pipeline cache tasks. The most common reason, that's the comment that I meant, for the latter not finishing is because not all pipeline factory tasks finished. Okay, so we can skip directly to that problem then. The pipeline factory is still running. Helps a little bit, you know, maybe saves all 50 minutes. But then which pipeline factory is still running? And why? Mostly why? Well, what you can do is write a debug output to a file. Yep. And then search upward for pipeline. Oops, pipeline factory. Apparently that thing is running characteristic preprocessed. And then never doing anything. I have the feeling that this is related to me not using adopt lock. I think that this is the last thing that it is doing then, or that's the pipeline factory. The pipeline factory. How many do I have? Yeah, well, that's waiting for characteristics compiled. That's pretty clear. Oh, and build shaders. It's probably waiting for compiled because this one is still compiling. So really, the reason that the factory doesn't finish is because that thing doesn't finish. That thing is not finished. Pipeline factory is of course going to wait for the characteristics to finish. So the characteristic is not finishing. And Vtex already locked. Wait for do build shaders. That's probably the last one. Yep. Okay, so now we know where we are hanging. We're hanging in the wait for do build shaders. And the reason we would hang there is when whoever got that lock never releases it. And I guess that's a problem. We just don't release that lock. So every time we get the lock, I must adopt the lock. I think I'm just doing it wrong. Let me just look at it again, I guess. Random place. But we should do that as if this returns true or when we receive the signal, and then we must do this with the lock, or M is the thing that we just called lock on. That's what we should do. We're not doing that because we are not using adopt lock at all. Okay. Yeah, build shaders, I guess that was inside build shaders, or in, no, it's inside build shader, which is part of textures. Everything is textures. There's no diversity here. CD Vulkan. I think there was pipeline or something, I don't know. VI add shader stage. I think it was shader stage.cxx. Build shader. I don't know. Maybe. Yep. Or not. No. It is build shaders with an S because that's the one that does the lock. So either of this returns true or we come here blah blah blah, so that would be right here. With then that's the thing. What do you need to adopt? And then theoretically, I could, yeah. Well, then it's when this destructed is unlocked, and that should indeed happen after we return from build shader and not earlier. And what about this thing here? I think that doesn't really matter. You could say it doesn't matter that I keep the lock longer than, I mean, while it's not required. But if you leave it like this, it looks like, in my eyes, that the lock is needed for this line. Because, you know, so yeah, I'm gonna put it in its own scope, I think. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, sorry, I'm listening to music. Oh no, you guys do the hearing music as well. Yeah. And another crash. What the hell is this? I think that comment is correct for our case. I think I'm just gonna quit, guys, because yeah, I don't feel like continuing at the moment. I don't understand why unlocking suddenly makes it crash. Totally reproducible crash there. Yep. But yeah, well, okay, I'll fix that tomorrow, I suppose. To well, yeah. How's A4 doing? A4, are you still studying with me on the background? Or what is happening? What shall we do here? Shall we quickly win a game? Oh no, he's attacking my knight. Let's defend it. I'll just develop this one. Maybe I should have moved the bishop. Oh, let's move the bishop now then. And there comes the second knight. And then I'm gonna do this. Why not? And then we're going to do this, and then he's going to do this pawn. Yes, I knew it. Okay, let's play classical. With the pawn, it's new. That looks new to me. I think I still want to exchange this bishop here. Because this comes forward and I have to move my knight, and then he comes with his knight there attacking my queen. And then I take his queen because I put my bishop here. Is that a good idea? I take his queen, he takes my queen, attacking a rook. That's not a good idea. Where does my knight go to? I have to move one of them though. Well, not really. I could put a rook behind it as soon as he pushes. I could put my bishop here. Triple pressure on this pawn. If he pushes it forward, I can take his rook. Push this forward, he has a weak backwards pawn. Plus, if he pushes this forward and for some reason I cannot take this rook. What? I can put the rook behind it, and then you can still not take. But then he moves this bishop, or maybe he moves the bishop directly. I don't know. He can. Maybe I do this and he moves the bishop first, of course, defending the pawn. Yeah, and then could take it. Of course, no, he's not. He didn't push yet. So I do this. He puts his bishop here probably, and then I put my rook behind it, and there's no threat at all. So he pushes this. Now I can take the bishop. He takes my bishop, I take a pawn. I'm gonna do this anyway, I think. Because I've been thinking about it so long that it would be a waste not to move it. And this guy is 1874. I should not take risk like that. I just have to win. A risk being that I'll make it more complicated than it was needed. I cannot lose from 1874, really. As predicted. I think I'll still do this. We shall now move here. If he comes forward, I can just take here and there and everywhere. Or I pin the knight, which is also nice. It's actually pretty nice because I'm attacking this thing here like 3 times. And he cannot push it forward. He cannot defend it. Seems like winning a pawn is. So he probably pushes this pawn forward now to stop me from winning this pawn. Ooh, it's not. No, that's weird. So well, okay, 1, 2, 3. I defends it 3 times. And I attack it 3 times, so I cannot take it. Totally true. I can take the knight, but then I can still not take it, because then my queen is not defended anymore. Wait, I can take it with the bishop. If he takes with the bishop, I take with the queen. I'm not having to exchange a bishop pair here, but hey. It does win a pawn, not just a pawn. Very, very strong pawn center here. Oh, now he puts the rook behind it. That was not a good move. But I can also put the rook behind it. So where's the problem? Well, the problem is of course that I cannot no longer take with the queen if he takes back then. So he puts a rook, I put the rook, he takes my bishop. I can still take with the after. Yes, I can just let's use the other rook. Now I defend my queen again, so now I can just take. He takes, I take with the knight. No problems whatsoever. I threaten to take his bishop. Weird check. So not losing a piece here. Which means I really did win a pawn. Yeah, I still have to move my queen away. And as soon as I do that, I lose my bishop. So it's still kind of horribly pinned. Okay, that, I guess I just take the pawn. It's the second pawn then. Am I missing something? I don't think I missed anything. I just take it. Take it. Attacks the bishop with check, and I attack the queen. Worst case scenario, he takes my queen. I take the queen back. I don't just no reason to think about it. I have not calculated this, but it just, you know, it cannot be wrong. Impossible. I'm taking three unprotected pieces. I probably had a better move at most, but une bonne chibre n'est pas une... What the name, man? What the... My language paradigm, most important language paradigm is... you went away. I'm still pinned. My most important language paradigm is that if it compiles, it works. It should not be possible for the user of my libraries to make mistakes and then I have to move my queen. Why didn't he just take here? He could have taken here. Yeah, I noticed that. Maybe it's about time that I finally move my queen away. Still pinned. I should go here, I think. Let's go here. Especially since my bishop is pinned now, and then... well... yeah, but I want to write code that that you cannot misuse. What is he doing now? Giving away more. Another pawn. Why? Is there any reason why I would not take this pawn? I don't think so. It's getting, yeah, I don't know, I'm 3 pawns up, but I'm not feeling entirely secure yet. So you get that kind of thing. So let's begin with exchanging that queen. Without the queen I feel a lot safer, I think. There's not much that can go wrong now. Also, I can place a knight here, and then I have a nice mate. The queen here, you must take with the rook, and then here mate. I don't know what his plans are, but I think I can do that. I bet he's not going to see it. Please don't see it, because it's a nice mate. Anyone of 2000 plus would see it. Absolutely. But this guy, he might not see it. He does not see it. I love this. Don't resign. I want to give a mate like that. I think he's gonna resign. Yeah, he resigned. The asshole resigned. Yeah, smothered checkmate. Well, in that case, I'm gonna quit because I want to do something else and be online. Something else than streaming. So this doesn't help either. Thank you for keeping me company, peoples, and I'll see you tomorrow then.